Some events leave a deep mark on history, but none on the land. This is the site of the Battle of Hastings. After almost 1,000 years, no traces of the bloody conflict can be seen. But here, the fate of England turned. It's where a king was killed, and his victor claimed the throne. October 14th, 1066. We know what happened here on this day, thanks to this. The Bayeux Tapestry. A carefully preserved, illustrated record of events. It shows the main players. Harold, the newly crowned Anglo-Saxon King of England, and his challenger, William, Duke of Normandy. William claimed the previous king had promised him the crown. So, he assembled an army and prepared to sail to England to fight King Harold for the throne. But a storm thwarted his plans. Meanwhile, Harold discovered that a Viking invasion had landed in the north. Another threat to his crown. So he raced to fight them. In France, William waited for the right conditions to sail across the Channel to England. The weather cleared. He seized his chance. "250 miles north, Harold had defeated the Vikings. Now, hearing of William's arrival, his army sped south. At 9 o'clock in the morning, on this hill, William's Norman army were ready to do battle with Harold's Anglo-Saxon men. The stage was set, and up for grabs, England itself. On October 14th, 1066, William of Normandy stood ready for battle at the base of a hill. The high ground belonged to King Harold of England and his Anglo-Saxon army. Here, on this hilltop, the fate of England would be decided. made the first charge, launching a direct assault on the shield wall. Though William's army fought fiercely against the shield wall, it would not yield. As one man fell, another took his place. Overlapping shields in tight formation made for a near impenetrable barrier. Realizing his army could not break the shield wall, William called for a retreat. William's feigned retreat was working. The Anglo-Saxon army broke their shield wall formation, leaving gaps for William to make a move. With Harold's men no longer in shield wall formation, William could pick them off as they charged. The Anglo-Saxons had deployed rows of spearmen to push back the invaders. But William had an answer. His sharp-eyed archers. More Norman men-at-arms reinforced William's army. Anglo-Saxon archers joined the fray, and the Normans' deadly cavalry ready to charge. But first, William's forces had to eliminate the enemy spearmen, whose sturdy polearms could easily bring down a horse. With the threat of spearmen cleared from the field, William's cavalry was free to charge at the Anglo-Saxon archers. The Anglo-Saxon army was in disarray. Their shield wall had been neutralized, and their numbers were dwindling. Now the only thing standing between William and victory was King Harold himself. The last of Harold's men encircled their king, prepared to lay down their lives to save his. The Anglo-Saxon King Harold had fallen. In the confusion, some loyal soldiers fought to the death, while others scattered in panic. Leaderless and defeated, the last of the Anglo-Saxon army fled for their lives. The Normans celebrated victory over the English king, But William's quest to rule England was just beginning. At the Battle of Hastings, the death of one man changed the course of history. The Anglo-Saxon King Harold was killed here, on England's south coast. His army defeated by William of Normandy. Anglo-Saxon rule was over forever. At Westminster Abbey on Christmas Day 1066, William was crowned the first Norman King of England. Now he had to secure power across the country. He began by stamping his mark on the landscape, building cathedrals and castles at strategic locations. Nothing like them had been seen in England before. They reminded the Anglo-Saxon population exactly who was in charge. But not all were content with living under Norman rule. Anglo-Saxon revolts broke out across the country. King William acted quickly to crush these rebellions. But there was one region where dissent was spiraling out of control: the north of England. In 1069, a group of lords from Northumbria formed an alliance with Viking invaders. Together they approached Norman-held York, a large city with an important cathedral, still protected by ancient Roman walls. But the walls couldn't save York. The city and the castle fell to the rebels. William's new kingdom was under threat. He had to get the city back under Norman control. William had no choice but to order his men north. But as the Norman forces set off on their long march towards York, how much resistance from the rebels would they encounter? William the Conqueror marched north, with his army of Normans determined to take back the rebel-held city of York. But in his path stood rebel towns that harbored William's northern enemies. He would take the towns back by force. The Normans captured the town of Middlethorpe, establishing their presence in the north. With reinforcements to his army soon arriving, William would need more resources to supply them.
Capio, quod. Edifico. Spero me. Secco. Ubi vado? Donets muevos ad quiete cavobeo. A calque cavalario. Odio. Inamon cavalarios. Ensona. Cavalarios, quitamos. Ensona. Inamon cavalarios. Cavalarios, quitamos. A calque cavalarios. Inamon cavalarios. Cavalarios, quitamos. A calque cavalarios. Ensona. Sí. Edifico. Che? Spero. Ascolto. Ascolto. Quod? Ambulo. Assono.
The Norman army was now well supplied by a town, but it would take a sustained effort to keep the army at full strength. Another rebel town, Fulford, stood in defiance to William's rule.
Attention!
Attendez les...
Avant, compagnon!
Expose à moi. Apertisez vostre courage. Cavalarios, cavalarios, quitamos. L'heure avant, compagnon. Les gensdarmes vos quiert. Gensdarmes, l'avancement des mons. Si faites vos commandements. Momentez-y, artière. L'heure est de besoin. Aveillez votre. Veci commandement. Hat? Voyez brach. Prépare au bédio. Certes. Veci. Déjà, arrêtez, arrêtez. Attendez. Bien, ça va être quoi? Labour. Escolto. Labour en stater. Ok? Vado. Labour. Veci. Veci. L'heure de je commande. Avant. En votre service. Certes. Votre expose à moi.
With the Fulford rebels eliminated, William was one step closer to York.
Mais, labourance, mais, si, labourance.
Knowing he would face strong resistance in the city,
Escolte.
William prepared to bolster his cavalry.
Edifico. Escolto. Edifico. Spero. Vado caver. Mandemans. Foiro. Soyez express, compagnons. Ambulant. Ambulant. Bene, bene. In avant, quartier. Finit. Ubi vado? Vassoia. Access Medford, compagnon. Attendez.
Je suis votre serveuse.
The Norman army came under attack from a new enemy, the Danes. The northern rebels had forged an alliance with the Danish King Svein II, whose army would prove a thorn in William's side. William's army held back the Danes' attack, but they threatened to return unless William paid them in gold.
Je suis votre serveur. C'est comme votre vendreuse. Reste par une sanglantade. Dicte moué, pas besoin. Avertissez votre courage, compagnon. Où est votre plaisir? Où est votre commandement? Chascuns, compagnon, preste pour entier. Dicte moué. Où est votre plaisir? Preste pour la besogne. Compagnon, preste pour la besogne. Où est votre commandement? Preste pour une sanglantade. Compagnon, comme votre veste. On est square, merci points. Battle la bourra. Sagita in arco. L'heure est de besoigner. Arrière parade. Je suis votre serveuse.
With their stables in place, the Normans could add more cavalry to their army. William's reinforcements from the south had arrived, adding vital numbers to his Norman army. discovered the source of the Dane threat, an outpost on the water. William had a choice: bypass the encampment, destroy it, or pay the Danes the gold they demanded. In destroying the Dane outpost, William stripped the rebels of a crucial ally.
Avertissez votre courage, compagnon! Chefs!
William's ultimate goal was within his grasp. All that remained was to enter York and destroy its keep. The Norman army poured into York and began sacking the town as they bore down on the keep. The keep fell to the Norman army, and York was secured. The Northern Rebellion was over, and William the Conqueror was uncontested as King of England. William the Conqueror had recaptured York from the rebels. Now he wanted to teach them a lesson for defying him. He began a brutal campaign of destruction to crush any further resistance, known as the Harrying of the North. Villages and crops were destroyed. It is said 100,000 people were killed. With ruthless efficiency, William the Conqueror had secured obedience in his new kingdom. But it wasn't to last. It would be thrown into chaos by his own children. When William the Conqueror died in 1087, his favorite son succeeded him. King William II, known as William Rufus. But 13 years into his reign, disaster struck. While out hunting, he was killed. William's youngest brother took his place as King Henry I. But there was a problem. At the time, Henry's elder brother, Robert, Duke of Normandy, had been on crusade. When he returned, he was furious that Henry had grabbed the throne. From Normandy, Robert attempted to invade England to claim the crown from his brother. But he failed and returned home. In retaliation, Henry struck back. In a reversal of 1066, he crossed the Channel and invaded Normandy, intent on undermining his brother Robert's rule. His first target was Bayeux. This rich and splendid city was one of the jewels of Normandy. Henry was to begin his campaign by unleashing his forces on the city. Bayeux was about to feel the wrath of the English army. In the brotherly feud over Normandy, King Henry I set out to make an example of Bayeux, a town still loyal to his brother Duke Robert. Henry's archers took up position on high ground outside the city and faced an immediate attack by Robert's cavalry patrol. Having deployed their palings, Henry's archers were well protected against the cavalry charge. They defeated the first patrol. As Henry set his sights on burning Bayeux, more reinforcements arrived to join his army. Approached Bayeux and saw that its towering stone walls would not be breached by manpower alone. Henry would need siege equipment and a defensible location to construct it. With a blacksmith on hand, Henry's infantry would soon be ready to construct siege equipment.
What's her face say?
Yes, questo hala. On your work. Lansone Bayo Templar. Carwigan Assetna. Yes, sir.
Henry's infantry could now construct battering rams, siege weapons designed to break open fortress walls.
Egypt blue came that. It shall be breakfast. Yes, today. It playeth full done. Yes, sir. Ways and Jerry, Luciana, Wendende. Has the Agnoa. Don't the father. Luke, but be a word. Venuxano on the Hidexora! You will jump beyond. Yes, sir! Bien, Luciana, siempre pregunta. Bien, los puro. What has that got them for? Student, we don't know, so ahead. Yes, sir, God, we got. That Timbrin Shale Bayo.
Bayeux's walls had failed, and Henry's men could now storm the city. Robert's garrison made a last stand to defend Bayeux, but Henry would show no mercy in cutting them down and burning their city. With the power of battering rams, the English army could crack open Bayeux's mighty walls. As Bayeux burned and the people fled in terror, King Henry basked in the victory over his brother Duke Robert. But Henry would not stop until all of Normandy was back under the English crown. Bayeux burned, King Henry pressed his advantage. Seizing key fortifications and buying the loyalty of powerful lords, Henry loosened his brother's grip over Normandy. At Tinchebray in 1106, brother would fight brother for final claim to their father's lands. Determined to claim Normandy and capture his brother, Duke Robert, King Henry besieged the castle at Tinchebray. But the direct assault on the formidable stone castle was failing. Unable to breach the towering walls, the king devised a new plan to capture his brother. Henry would force Robert to defend his lands from attack by razing the villages of Martigny and Fresnes.
Look how we'll be ready, Freckes. Fort Horde, Freckes. With boldness. But me a word, fellas. All is with. Ich live to hear it. You tell us none more dead.
To goad Robert out of his stronghold, Henry's men would burn the village to the ground. Martigny was destroyed, but still Robert did not emerge to face Henry outside the castle. Henry would have to raise the stakes. Next, he targeted the village of Fresnes. Henry could buy reinforcements from nearby allies if he could procure the gold to pay them. Henry sent gold to his ally and men, and received fresh reinforcements. Henry received word that Robert had sent for a fresh army to aid in defending his position at the castle. Henry had to eliminate these new forces before they could combine with the garrison at Tinchebray. By eliminating Robert's incoming army, Henry had thwarted his brother's attempt at strengthening the castle's defenses. At the hands of Henry's army, the village of Fresnes was in ruins. Henry's provocations had paid off. Robert finally emerged from the castle to face his brother in open battle. King Henry's tactic of luring Robert into the open had worked. Henry captured his brother, and Normandy was his. William the Conqueror's sons had resolved their long feud over Normandy, with King Henry wresting possession away from his brother. But the French King Louis VI would not accept Henry's heir as the future Duke of Normandy. Henry's fragile power would face its first test, an invasion by the French king. In the disputed countryside between Normandy and France, a smouldering farmstead gave away the beginnings of a French invasion. At the head of the vast army stood King Louis of France himself. An English scout hastily rode to inform King Henry of England, who was still en route to defend his borders. Hearing of the threat, villagers and guards fled their English-held towns and retreated to the stronghold of Fleury. Above all, the English forces in Normandy had been commanded to hold the town of Fleury and await King Henry's arrival. As the village of Cressenville fell, all English hopes lay in holding Fleury for the king's arrival. The town of Granville succumbed to the French, and the English were pushed back towards Fleury. At last, King Henry and his forces made their arrival at Fleury. Knowing that King Louis himself was on the field, Henry saw his chance to put England's claim to Normandy beyond doubt. King Henry's men struck at the French forces and recaptured the town. Unwilling to let the English retake their Norman holdings, King Louis sent a counterattack to raze the recaptured town. With the border towns recaptured, King Henry's claim to Normandy faced only one more obstacle: King Louis and his army. In the humble peasants' fields of Bremule, two kings would settle their claim to Normandy. far from home, but rallied by their king, the English army forced a French surrender and put King Louis and his knights to flight. With the impromptu battle ending in resounding victory for the English, King Henry had secured his ancestral lands under the English crown. After England defeated the French at the Battle of Bremule, Normandy was back in King Henry's hands. But 1 year later, his good fortune turned to tragedy. In 1120, his son and heir William Adelin died in a shipwreck. The future of Henry I's kingdom was in jeopardy. Henry desperately needed a new heir. With no legitimate sons left alive, he broke with tradition and chose his daughter, Matilda. Henry forced his barons to swear an oath to accept Matilda as queen. But when the king died, they broke their promise. England would not be ruled by a woman. Matilda's cousin Stephen saw his chance and claimed the throne. The crisis moved to the capital. At Westminster Abbey, Stephen was crowned king, but Matilda wanted what was hers. She was also lining up powerful supporters who would fight Stephen for her right to rule. Their conflict engulfed England in civil war. Fighting raged throughout the land. In 1141, everything focused on one of the kingdom's most strategic cities, Lincoln. Matilda's allies had commandeered the castle. But King Stephen was determined to take it back. He besieged the castle. Stalemate. As dawn broke on February the 2nd, everything was about to change. Matilda's half-brother, Robert of Gloucester, raced to break the siege. As Robert's forces approached Lincoln, Stephen's army turned away from the castle to face them. Robert could win Matilda the crown, but only if his army could win the day. Robert of Gloucester's forces approached Lincoln. Their task, to liberate the castle from King Stephen's siege. While behind Lincoln's walls, troops loyal to Matilda held the castle for the Empress. First, Robert's forces would stage an ambush to prevent enemy reinforcements from joining with King Stephen's army. Robert's men concealed themselves in a sheltered grove and lay in wait for the enemy. Robert defeated the first column of Stephen's reinforcements, but he knew more were on the way. With more of Stephen's reinforcements eliminated, Robert was steadily undermining the siege. Robert's men decimated King Stephen's reinforcements and were poised to break the siege. Continuing the push towards Lincoln, Robert sent in a large company of reinforcements to aid his vanguard. To further weaken the siege, Robert would need to cut off Stephen's supplies. He targeted the nearby market town. Matilda's cause, a large group of knights arrived at Lincoln to bolster Robert's army. With the market town in ruins, King Stephen's supplies began to dwindle. Robert received word that Welsh troops under Matilda's banner were en route to join forces with him. But King Stephen had the roads to Lincoln heavily guarded, and the route was not without risk, even for the hardy Welshmen. Making their way to Lincoln, Matilda's Welsh allies were ambushed by the king's soldiers. Robert's men would need to aid the Welsh if they wanted their help in breaking the siege. Joining forces on the road to Lincoln, Matilda's allied troops made for the castle to lift the siege. Robert's forces spotted a large detachment of Stephen's soldiers guarding the castle gates. If they hoped to liberate Lincoln, they would need to break the blockade and rout the army. Robert's forces scattered the king's army, leaving the gates to the castle unguarded. Robert's men finally united with Lincoln's garrison. They could now use the castle to strengthen their army. To lift the siege, they needed to destroy the enemy camps surrounding the castle.
Let me know word.
Matilda's forces struck hard, destroying one of King Stephen's siege camps. King Stephen's army dwindled as Matilda's forces struck down another siege camp. King Stephen was spotted, shielded by his men. To end the siege, Matilda's forces needed to capture Stephen and rout his army. Matilda's men closed in and finally captured King Stephen. Matilda's forces had won the battle at Lincoln. But the fight for the crown was not over yet. Victory over King Stephen at Lincoln gave Matilda the upper hand in her fight for the English crown. But in the years that followed, fragile loyalties shifted, and under threat of capture, Matilda was forced to retreat. As her holdings in England came under attack from the king's army, it fell to her son Henry to keep Matilda's claim to the throne alive. Inside the strong stone walls of the castle at Wallingford, Matilda's men held firm against a brutal siege by forces loyal to King Stephen. King Stephen's army had constructed a fortified perimeter outside the castle, trapping Matilda's men inside. However, reinforcements were on the way from Matilda's son Henry. Her forces needed to hold the walls until they arrived.
What needed beyond doom?
King Stephen's siege forces launched a renewed attack on the castle.
Boa is Ibu.
Hoping to crack the mighty stone walls of Wallingford, King Stephen's forces launched another attack. Matilda's forces held firm against the attack, cutting down the enemy soldiers. Matilda's forces repelled the attack and held the castle. Matilda's forces received word that Henry's troops were getting closer to Wallingford. Soon the combined numbers of the two armies could tip the scales in their favor.
Reinforcements approached Wallingford. United under Matilda's banner, the two armies were ready to engage Stephen's forces.
The enemy line wavered as Matilda's forces cut down the besieging army, clearing another section of the blockade. Matilda's forces overwhelmed the enemy and cleared the castle's perimeter. The joint forces of Matilda and Henry had thwarted King Stephen's siege of the strategic castle at Wallingford. After over a decade of conflict, Matilda's claim to the throne was still alive. At Wallingford, in the shadow of the castle, Matilda's faction, commanded by her son Henry, proved it was still willing to fight King Stephen for the crown. But after 15 years of conflict, both sides had had enough. So, they made a deal. Matilda would surrender her claim to the throne on condition that when Stephen died, her eldest living son Henry would succeed him. A year later, he was crowned King Henry II, and proceeded to grow the kingdom into the mighty Angevin Empire. But, once again, what the king had spent his life building, his own children were destined to destroy. King Henry II had 4 surviving legitimate sons, and he planned to divide up his kingdom between them. But they fought bitterly for dominance. Against the odds, Henry's youngest son, John, became king. But King John was deeply unpopular. He lost huge swathes of the Angevin Empire gained by his father, then failed to reclaim them in expensive battles. Paid for by taxing his subjects. Eventually, England's barons could take it no more. They forced John to agree to a charter that restricted his power, the Magna Carta. But he went against his word. Furious, they rebelled, inviting Prince Louis of France to invade England. In 1216, Louis sailed to Dover and set his sights on taking this, Dover Castle. Held by forces loyal to King John, it was commanded by Hubert de Burgh. He described the castle as the key to England. He was right. If it fell to the French, so would the kingdom. Asked to invade by the rebel barons, Prince Louis's French army launched an assault on the castle at Dover. Opening a crack in the outer defenses, the invading forces charged the castle walls. The garrison at Dover would meet the French with clenched fists and an iron will. Dover could not fall. Commander Hubert de Burgh rallied his men to hold back the French and defend the castle. While the castle's garrison thwarted the first French attack and prepared for a second, a new resistance force was building in the English countryside. A skilled bowman and fierce patriot, known as Willikin of the Weald, began to muster a resistance to the French invasion. Determined to keep the crown in King John's hands, Willikin would rally every available archer to the cause. With his bowmen assembled, Willikin planned to ambush the French siege engines on their way to the enemy camp. Willikin's band of archers made short work of the French reinforcements. But if they hoped to ease the burden on Dover's garrison, Willikin's ambush force could not relent.
Reinforcements made it to their siege camp, adding more numbers to their next attack on the castle.
Willikin spotted a group of English fighters engaged in battle with the enemy and rushed to their aid. Willikin's resistance force continued to grow. adding more skilled men to its ranks. The French launched a renewed attack on the castle, but thanks to Willikin's ambush force, the enemy had been greatly weakened. With Willikin's archers weakening the siege from outside the castle, the garrison at Dover repelled the French attack. Willikin ordered his archers to resume their strikes on the French reinforcements. Willikin's archers had decimated the French reinforcements. But undeterred, the French mustered what troops they could and launched another attack on the castle. The hardy English garrison held fast, refusing to let the castle fall to the French invaders. Willikin rallied his archers to continue strikes on the weakening French.
God's winker have been...
The combined grit of the English garrison and Willikin's surprise attacks ensured that Dover hadn't fallen yet. Now the English prepared to repel the final French assault. The tenacity of Hubert de Burgh's loyal soldiers forced Prince Louis and the rebel barons to abandon their siege at Dover. And thanks to the efforts of Willikin's fearless archers, England remained in King John's hands. Prior to the defense of Dover, King John's defiance of the Magna Carta had mired England in a rebellion known as the First Barons' War. Across England, barons broke ties with the crown and seized important cities, including Rochester. With his reign under threat, John deployed his forces to retake Rochester and capture the traitors. King John's men arrived at the outskirts of Rochester, set to retake the castle and drive out the rebel barons within. But Rochester was a formidable fortress that protected the route to London, and the rebel barons were prepared to lay down their lives to hold it. Before King John's men could hope to retake the castle, they would need to reinforce their position by capturing the village of Chatham. The king's men secured Chatham and began preparing for an arduous siege. Rochester's keep was protected by strong stone walls. The king's army would need mighty siege weapons to break through. Rochester's outer wall crumbled to King John's men, and they descended on the keep. great keep at Rochester fell at the hands of the king's army, securing both the castle and the route to London. While the fight for England raged on, a desperate King John clung to the throne. When forces loyal to King John undermined Rochester Castle, it spelled doom for the rebels inside. Within days, they had surrendered. But the rebel barons weren't done yet. Their ally, Prince Louis of France, had sent an invasion force to help the barons overthrow King John. Then, in late 1216, the king fell ill with dysentery and died. His son, just 9 years old, was crowned King Henry III. It was now up to the young king's regent, the 70-year-old legendary knight William Marshal, to protect the crown. He faced a near impossible challenge. England was crumbling. Rebels were taking town after town. But William Marshal bided his time and prepared to defeat the rebels. Then in May 1217, he got the chance that he'd been waiting for. William discovered that the rebels planned to simultaneously besiege both Dover Castle and Lincoln Castle. With rebel forces split and weakened, William Marshal led his royalist army to Lincoln. The castle on one side of the city was still controlled by royalists, under its formidable constable, Lady Nicola de la Haye. But the streets of the city were under rebel control. On May 20th, 1217, the Royalist Relief Force, led by William Marshal, arrived to retake the rebel-controlled city. The future of England rode on the success of this mission. Troops loyal to the king held the castle at Lincoln, while outside, rebels controlled the city. The defenders had to hold the castle until reinforcements arrived, under the command of the king's knight, William Marshal. At last, the King's Knight William Marshal arrived with his forces. While a hard battle remained, there was now hope for the young King's army. In order to liberate the city surrounding the castle, William Marshal commanded the King's men to destroy the military buildings belonging to the rebels. William Marshal's forces were welcomed in Stowe, a nearby town loyal to the king. The King's men tore through the rebel fortifications, diminishing the enemy's military presence. The castle now faced a new attack from the rebels' French allies. If the King's men hoped to lift the French siege, they would need to destroy the enemy forts on the outskirts of Lincoln. The King's army had almost regained control of the city. The King's army razed the last of the rebels' military buildings, but the French siege continued. uncovered one of the French forces' siege camps near Lincoln. The king's army tore through the French fort, weakening the enemy siege. William Marshal and Nicolas de la Haye had saved the city, and with it, the kingdom. William Marshal's success in retaking Lincoln was an overwhelming victory for the Royalists. The rebel barons had been defeated, and their French allies driven out of England altogether. William Marshal now focused on creating a stable kingdom for the young King Henry III. To maintain the backing of the rebels, in 1217, a royal seal of approval was given to a reissued Magna Carta, limiting the power of the monarchy. Many barons held lands in both England and Normandy. But now they faced a choice. On which side of the Channel would they make their home? Many chose England. The cross-Channel kingdom was over, establishing a clear English identity. But the impact of the Normans on England's evolution is still felt today. Almost 1,000 years later, the surviving Norman castles and cathedrals still dominate the landscape. In the midst of the modern city, William the Conqueror's fortress, the Tower of London, remains a powerful reminder of their legacy. But it's the unseen influence of the Normans that endures. The Norman invasion changed the English language and established the foundations of modern parliament and governance. And it's all because one man, William the Conqueror, claimed the English crown that he believed by rights was his. The Normans conquered a country and changed the course of England forever. Today, Moscow is a metropolis of over 11 million people. But 800 years ago, it was a small village on the banks of the Moskva River. A modest settlement surrounded by simple wooden defenses. It gave little indication of its future greatness, or its ability to evolve through adversity. Moscow was frequently attacked and destroyed. Yet each time, it rose from the ashes, stronger and better defended. Its first real test came in 1238. This time, they faced a new enemy, the Mongols. Moscow had been largely unaware of the growing threat in Central Asia. Genghis Khan founder of the Great Mongol Empire, had conquered most of the Asian continent. His descendants continued his work to expand the empire. His grandson, Batu Khan, led the armies of what would become known as the Golden Horde. Their goal: to extract money from principalities they conquered. One by one, states in the region, known collectively as the Rus, fell to the Golden Horde. Moscow was next. In 1238, the Mongol Golden Horde surrounded Moscow and besieged its wooden walls. It would only hold out for 5 days. Moscow burned. That could have been the end of its story, but the people of Moscow were resilient. They would not give up their home or their control of the Moskva River, an important trade route. They began to rebuild and strengthen Moscow's defenses. Yet one question remained. Would the terror return? Moscow faced certain ruin as Mongol raiders burned their way through the wooden city. With no other Rus coming to their aid, it was up to the people of Moscow to drive away their attackers and beat out the flames. The remaining Mongols were driven away by the tenacious Muscovites. With the Mongol raiders repelled and the fires extinguished, the Muscovites began rebuilding. The Muscovites knew that they could rapidly construct buildings out of wood, and so gathered what they needed from the forest. As the city rose from the ashes, the Muscovites would lay the foundations for a unique fortified complex. This iconic structure would be known as the Kremlin.
Труждаются.
Several villagers had fled during the Mongol attack, and some were still in hiding.
Начну трудитесь.
The once unassuming village of Moscow had been rebuilt as a city poised for growth. But to protect the city from further Mongol raids, it would need a fierce military and a strong defensive perimeter.
Напрячь, копейщицы! По мне!
The Muscovites knew that the terror from the steppe could return at any time.
Я построю сеть. Приготовляйтесь, копейщицы. Приготовляйтесь все. Здесь готов работать, я здесь. Исходим. Построено есть, ладно. На кате будут. Идти надобно. Как они на кате сидят? На кате будут.
Having been caught off guard by the Mongols before, the Muscovites knew they could come under attack at any moment. Strong defenses would give them a better chance of protecting their city.
Построено будет.
Военный готов есть. Копейщик есть. Начну трудитесь. Подавлюсь. Военницы готовы суть. Повинуюся. Ладно, готовы. Заходи на карту. Чего делать? Чего делать надо?
The woods surrounding Moscow provided an abundance of resources, but danger lurked within. Predators stalked in the shadows looking for an easy meal.
Я построю все. Начну трудитесь. Построено будет. Рад есть. Сделано, да? Копейщик есть. На кате будут. Построено будет. Возврат, напрежь Москву. Построено есть, ладно. Есть. Делаю. Слушаюсь. Наказом следую. Без сомнения. Скачи.
Иди напрячь!
The fleeing villagers had taken refuge in forest hunting cabins. Here, the Muscovites could bring valuable animal pelts, which provided them a good livelihood.
Надобно есть.
Слушайте. Добываю все.
Hearing the foreboding beat of the Mongol war drums, the Muscovites braced themselves for another raid.
Радость велия есть!
The Muscovites had successfully defended their newly built city against the Mongol raid. Now that Moscow could defend itself, its rulers looked to expand their influence into new territories. By 1303, Moscow controlled land that encompassed the entire flow of the Moskva River. Its ambitions didn't end there. Moscow continued to expand its borders through its wealth rather than warfare. Its tactic was to buy land from bankrupt rulers, acquiring entire towns and villages in the process. As Moscow was still a vassal of the mighty Mongol Empire, it had to send envoys to pay them tribute. And Moscow's ever-expanding borders meant more and more revenue for the Mongols. But not everyone was content with the rise of Moscow. As Moscow grew in power and influence, its Grand Prince, Dmitry Ivanovich, reinforced its vulnerable defenses. Its wooden fortress, the Kremlin, was rebuilt. This time, in stone. But even stone walls didn't deter its enemies. By 1368, Lithuania saw rapidly expanding Moscow as a real threat. Joining forces with the Principality of Tver, they set out to challenge its dominance. They attacked Moscow. But the stone walls held, and the enemy retreated. Tension between the factions refused to die down. In 1370, Moscow marched on territories belonging to both Tver and Lithuania, igniting a full-blown war. Years of bloody conflict ensued, until Moscow's Grand Prince Dmitry Ivanovich finally defeated both enemies. Yet Moscow was still a vassal of the Mongol Empire, which still demanded tribute. Moscow must keep up the payments or face retribution. Trade routes between Rus settlements supported a vibrant economy, which in turn allowed Moscow to pay forward tribute to the Golden Horde. If Moscow was to avoid a Mongol attack, Dmitry would have to meet the Horde's tribute demands before the Khan's patience expired. Moscow's primary means of raising the taxes demanded by the Horde was through trade with nearby Rus towns. But Prince Dmitry would have to keep his traders safe from raids by opportunistic bandits that stalked the countryside.
Готов на брешь поскору к славе. Во мне, повинуюся. Слушай наказно, уразумев. Жаловаться нельзя.
While Moscow's trade was strong, Dmitry could bolster his income if he could locate additional trade partners.
Только слушайся. Опять новый суть. А присвойни.
Слушаюся.
Trade routes brought wealth, but safe passage was not a given with bandits stalking the roads.
Напрежь поскору. Следую наказам. Напрежь воине. Яко угодно есть. Идти надо помалу. Что есть трудного? Слушаюся.
The village of Kalin was ready to trade with Moscow. But more traders on the roads meant an increased threat of bandit raids.
Напрежь поскору. Напрежь поскору.
As the deadline for payment of tribute approached, Dmitry had to quicken his efforts to collect the necessary taxes. With the Golden Horde paid, the Muscovites could concentrate on expanding their territory until the next payment was due. As Moscow grew in riches, the Khan continued to demand taxes. If Dmitry did not pay, he would face the swift vengeance of the Horde. As Prince Dmitry sought to increase Moscow's power, he turned from trading with his neighbors to purchasing their lands outright. If he owned the surrounding lands, Moscow would be the dominant center of Rus' power, and Dmitry would be secure as Grand Prince. Before he could purchase the settlements, Dmitry needed to prove he could provide safe passage for the traders and their goods. With safe passage established, Dmitry could now purchase his first settlement. The Rus of Kolin now recognized Dmitry as their Grand Prince. The town would now generate gold, without the need for taxing traders. Moscow's power grew as it absorbed the lands around Kolunma. Bandits remained a threat on the roads, however. Dmitry purchased the lands of Troitsky and extended Moscow's power. Moscow's power over the region was now secure. With the surrounding principalities under Dmitry's sway, Moscow was now the preeminent power among the Rus. The time was coming to throw off the Mongol yoke. Under Grand Prince Dmitry, Moscow had grown rich and allied itself with old adversaries. Together, the Rus allies were ready to challenge the dominance of the Mongols and stopped paying them tribute. On the banks of the River Don, Dmitry would stake his life on being the first Rus leader to defeat the Horde in battle. Arriving at Kulikovo, Prince Dmitry and his army would rendezvous with allied forces from all principalities loyal to Moscow. Together, they would challenge more than a century of Mongol dominance. Before the battle, Dmitry would recruit soldiers from nearby villages. He would also ride to his allies, who were awaiting their battle orders.
Поведу. Идти на...
The villagers pledged all the soldiers they could spare, strengthening Dmitri's position against the Horde.
Исполнено будет. Поведовый. Идти надо на подход. Таков наказ есть.
Dmitri delivered the battle orders to his allies. They would take up position on the Smolka river fords and ready themselves for the enemy's arrival. With a loyal army assembled, Dmitri began the march north to meet the enemy in battle.
Служба ради. Поведовый. Долг есть время. Выступайте доблестно, войне. Исполнено будет. Живу службы ради. Долг есть время. Сей час. Восстанете, войне. Служите, рад есть. Выступайте доблестно, войне. Восстанете, войне. Исполнено будет. Живу службы ради. Поведовый.
Dmitri would oversee the battle with his own detachment of fighters, moving to support any ford crossing that seemed at risk of being overwhelmed. As Mongol war drums sounded through the fog, Dmitri and his men steeled themselves for the arrival of the Horde. The Rus were emboldened by this first small victory and stood firm on the Smolka River, ready for the enemy's next attack.
Идти надо по Босфору, таков наказ есть. Выступайте доблестно, войне. Поведовый. Идти надо по Босфору, таков наказ есть. Рад служить.
Civilians from the province, although unable to fight, vowed to construct defenses for Dmitri should he need to fall back from the northern fords. Dmitri's allied villages had finished constructing a line of defenses, which Dmitri could choose to fall back to if he lost the fords.
Отстаньте, войне! Выступайте доблестно, войне! Служите, рад есть. Восстанете, войне! Идти надо по Босфору, таков наказ есть. Восстанете, войне! Сила на коне и латнице! Слушайте! Поведовый! Приготовь долг, есть время! Служите, рад!
Dmitry and his Rus allies held the fords and eliminated the Mongol vanguard. While the enemy regrouped after the initial skirmish, the prince ordered the Rus to fall back to the hilltop defenses behind them. As they retreated, nearby Rus provinces mustered additional forces to Dmitry's side.
Приготовляйтесь, воине!
In planning to face the Horde, Dmitry had called upon a cavalry detachment to stage an ambush. He received word that his reinforcements had begun to arrive and bided his time for the right moment to call them to battle. The two great armies clashed in the fog, but Dmitry's men stood firm. With the terror of the Horde on their doorstep, Rus villagers once again rushed to construct more defenses, this time on the banks of the Don River. The Mongol numbers dwindled as the Rus struck down their ranks. Seeking an even stronger position, Dmitry ordered his forces to fall back to the Don River, where his allies had constructed new defenses.
Живу службы ради.
As the Rus fell back, a fresh detachment of reinforcements joined the fight. The cavalry detachment was in position and waited for Dmitry's signal to strike. to the River Don, the Rus held their ground in a last stand against their ferocious enemy.
Служите ратнец.
In the last gasps of the desperate battle, the Rus would not back down. It would be victory or death.
Идти надо на Босфору, таков наказ есть. Восстанете, воины!
Dmitry saw his opportunity and called in the full force of his cavalry. This was his chance to ambush the unsuspecting enemy. For the first time in over 100 years of subjugation, the armies of the Rus defeated the Mongols in battle. For 3 days and nights, Prince Dmitry buried the fallen in the fields of Kulikovo. He became known as Donskoy, the victor at the River Don. On the morning of September 8, 1380, at Kulikovo, the Moscow-led Rus army defeated the Mongols for the first time. One of the key battles of the medieval age, it was a transformative event in the rise of Moscow as the future capital of Russia. For the first time, rival principalities had joined Moscow to fight a common enemy. Now, many Rus principalities began to see themselves as one. Future leaders of Moscow would draw on the memory of this battle to claim their supreme political position in Russia. Moscow's Grand Prince, Dmitry Ivanovich, had led the Rus principalities to victory over the Mongols, reinforcing his dominance. But for the Mongols' leadership, the defeat at the Battle of Kulikovo was disastrous. The ruler of their Golden Horde was overthrown by a descendant of Genghis Khan. His name was Toktamish. And Toktamish was not going to let the treacherous Moscow-led Rus get away with rebellion. 2 years after their defeat at Kulikovo, Toktamish's Golden Horde set out to attack Moscow. The city had not felt the wrath of the Mongols for more than a century. That was about to change. Racing to brace the gates of Moscow, Prince Dmitry and his army of Rus allies rushed into the fortified heart of the city. This would be the greatest test of Moscow's mighty stone walls. But could the capital hold out against the furious legion of the Golden Horde? The Muscovites had already faced many Mongol attacks on their city, and knew the Horde would arrive in vast numbers. The race to fortify Moscow began.
Повелевайте. Наказен тихо, уразумен. Напрежь войни. Напрежь поскору.
Early in his reign, Dmitry had purchased lands surrounding Moscow. These vassal settlements provided Dmitry with taxes paid in gold, but could also supply reinforcements. If Dmitry chose to request reinforcements, he would lose the revenue from that settlement. Dmitry's call for support was answered by the vassal town, which sent all the troops it could spare. As Dmitry urgently prepared the city's defenses, fleeing villagers from nearby towns flooded into Moscow, desperately seeking refuge from the rapidly approaching Mongol army. The refugees from the settlements surrounding Moscow had all arrived at the city. They would wait out the Mongol assault behind Moscow's stone walls.
Наказ слушайте надо. Слушайте все. Я построю скоро.
Hearing the thunderous beat of the Mongol war drums on the horizon, Dmitri rallied his men to hold their ground.
Готовы будете, воины?
If the stone walls were breached, the city would fall.
Москва не должна пасть!
Приготовляйтесь, воины! Восстанете, воины! Приготовляйтесь, оркестр, волга будет! Выступайте, доблестно, воины! Слушайте все! Готовы, слушайте,
Выступайте, доблестно, воины!
With the heartbeat of Mongol war drums closing in, the Rus knew the Horde would not relent. A new threat arrived at Moscow's gates. The Mongols rolled in their mightiest siege engines. Dmitri's call for support was answered by the vassal town, which sent all the troops it could spare.
Выступайте доблестно, воины! Приготовляйтесь, идем! Наказ! Ватницы смели! Посмотрите, уже наступает! Ватницы, коней за ним! Приготовляйтесь, идем! И ватницы готовятся!
The Mongol torches made short work of Moscow's wooden palisades, and now the old stone walls were all that stood between Dmitri and defeat. The Muscovites bravely held their capital in the face of an overwhelming Mongol onslaught. But now an even larger army had arrived on Moscow's doorstep. Running out of time, Dmitri ordered his army to hold back the Mongols long enough for Moscow's citizens to escape.
Слушайте все! Начинаю строить сейчас! Приготовляйтесь, воины! Встаньте, воины! Поведу вы!
Dmitri and his men held the city, giving some of Moscow's citizens time to flee. But despite their steadfast defense, the Rus could hold out no longer, and the capital succumbed to the vast numbers of the Horde. Toktamish Khan sacked the city, plundering its riches and slaughtering any Muscovites that remained. Prince Dmitri had no choice but to take flight, abandoning his home. Rus' independence would have to wait. In the century following the Mongols' vengeful attack on Moscow, Dmitri Donskoy's son and grandson clung to the Rus throne. Amid old rivalries and fragile alliances, Dmitri's great-grandson Ivan III set out to consolidate Moscow's control over all the Rus. But one independent republic would not yield to Moscow, the wealthy commercial center of Novgorod. In the bitter winter of 1478, Ivan III arrived at the doorstep of the wealthy Republic of Novgorod, the last remaining independent Rus province. With his army of allied Rus forces, Ivan would not stop until Novgorod belonged to Muscovy. First, he had to take the outlying towns of Kuklino and Soltsi, which were guarded by resistance fighters.
Приготовляйтесь наказы исполнять. Да будут кровь.
И брань. Приготовляйтесь наказы к уразуме. Повинуемся наказам. Оружие приготовляйте. Ой, не набрань, я повезу.
Ivan swept aside the resistance at Kuklino and could now use the village to reinforce his army.
Приступайте на гамма. Отдохновение благо на востоке.
Ivan's forces captured the second town and laid a plan to secure Novgorod for Moscow. In order to take the wealthy capital, Ivan's army would have to defeat the Novgorod People's Militia.
Грядем к славе.
Civilians had taken up arms to defend their lands against the Muscovite invasion, but they were untrained and ill-equipped for pitched battle.
Что дают нам?
If Ivan could sustain his professional army, the People's Militia of Novgorod would pose little threat. Although outnumbered, the Muscovite army overcame the vast People's Militia. Now Ivan's army would march on the power center of the Republic, the capital city of Novgorod. The Muscovite army destroyed the outer wall and entered the city. In the heart of the capital stood Novgorod's gleaming symbol of independence, the Vechi Bell. Ivan would tear it to the ground. Novgorod's great Vechi bell chimed for the last time, sounding the end of the Republic's independence. As the fires of Moscow's wrath burned across the snow-laden city, the last remnants of the Great Republic fell to ruin. Ivan III's vision of gathering all power to Moscow was almost complete. While Ivan III consolidated Moscow's power, the Golden Horde was succumbing to discord. Seizing on this weakness, Ivan withheld tribute, equipped his men with firearms, and marched to meet the army of the Khan. On the banks of the Ugra River, the Rus stood defiant, prepared to contest over 200 years of Mongol dominance. The shadow of Mongol rule had darkened the Rus lands for more than 2 centuries. But now, Ivan III stood on the banks of the Ugra River, ready to cast off the shackles of the Golden Horde. But if he failed, Moscow itself could fall. With eyes on the river crossings, reports quickly arrived of a Mongol detachment probing across the divide.
The Mongols had allied with the Lithuanian king, who had promised to send great numbers to assist the Khan at Ugra. As the Horde waited, they would continue to probe the Rus encampment.
Слушайте все! Воевник, направляйся, куда наказано есть! Путь! Исполнено будет! Скорее, родимая! Готов, Павел, сделано! Сделано! Наказ войны, товарищ Монголу! Отвоевать!
The Rus repelled the initial attacks, and the Mongols fell back to their side of the river. To hold the Ugra, Ivan would need to maintain a strong show of force at the river crossings. If he showed the slightest weakness, the Horde would seize on it and swarm across the river, then on towards Moscow.
Слушайте все! Исправляй! Начну исправлять! Едем! Слушайте все! Идем! Надо найти нам! Едем! Надо запутать! Я построю скоро! Построено добро есть, стоять и много будет. Наказ слушайте надо бы. Я построюсь. Слушайте все. Слушайте надо бы. Слушайте все, як прикажете. Все я построю скоро. Начну по пути.
While the Mongols awaited their Lithuanian allies, they continued to send raiding parties across the river, hoping to weaken Ivan's forces. With no word from their Lithuanian allies, the Mongols called in their own reinforcements to bolster their numbers on the fords. If Ivan's forces could intercept and eliminate the detachment, the Rus would face less resistance on the fords.
Кого охотимся?
Всем дело свое.
Помогите!
Да плачут вдовицы!
Сделано будет! Сделано будет!
Установлен есть путь.
With one crossing low on Rus numbers, the Mongols saw Ivan's weakness and prepared to attack.
Не млите! Поспешите, ревностные!
Ivan's men cut down the Mongol reinforcements, ensuring they could not bolster the enemy's numbers on the fords.
Войны! Наказано идти!
На кого охотимся?
Наказ новый есть, воины!
Слушайте наказ, лучники. Есть сон, есть отдохновение.
Внемлите, ожидайте наказы. Возведу все, яко прикажете. Есть сон, есть отдохновение.
Да не празднуйте с радостью! Слушайте наказ! Поспешите, леностные!
Установлен есть путь торговый.
Ладно, сделано есть, надолго уйти.
Слушайте все, но идем, не празднуйте.
Есть сон, есть отдохновение. Люди готовы, суть и жду дела. Да. Да буду. Ладно, есть.
Смерть обряжены! Лучники, комендантовы!
Часа накажете?
Слушайте все, сейчас наказы будут.
Строите надо.
Внемлите, наказы новые суть!
Внемлите, ожидайте наказы. Слушаюсь. Блюду, аще построено будьте справно. Понеслась и суть. Строите надобно.
Куда
Доказывайте, сделаю все. Следую, куда наказано есть.
Ivan's Rus army stood strong at the Ugra crossings and would not allow the Horde to advance towards Moscow. The Lithuanian numbers that had been promised to the Horde had not arrived. The Khan was forced to order a retreat. Ivan ordered his men to burn what remained of the Mongol camp and drive the enemy out of Muscovite territory.
Короб мой полон есть.
Through perseverance and a mighty display of force, Ivan held the Ugra River, blocking the Mongols from reaching Moscow. The Rus had finally cast aside the shackles of the Golden Horde. In 1480, Moscow's army, led by Ivan III, faced off against the Mongols across the banks of the Ugra River. But the Muscovites, armed with guns, were too much for the Mongol army. When the Mongols realized reinforcements weren't coming, they retreated. Now Ivan III was free to pursue his ambitions to expand Moscow even further. Despite the rapid rise of Moscow, it was still a vassal of the Mongol Empire. But after the stand at the Ugra River, Ivan III's ongoing refusal to pay tribute antagonized the Mongols. Yet, retribution never came. Cracks had developed in the highest levels of Mongol rule, and the Golden Horde shattered into smaller khanates, beset by infighting. So Moscow was left free to expand. Ivan III continued taking control of smaller Rus principalities by any means necessary. Some had been ruled for over 100 years by an historic enemy, Lithuania. Ivan III was determined to take them back. By 1500, he had turned Moscow into more than just a city or a state. It was an entity that he claimed represented all the Rus people. Ivan's successor, Vasily III, would fight to take back the lands from Lithuania that he believed belonged to Moscow. Grand Prince Vasily III dispatched his Rus army to Lithuania. His goal: to capture the fortress of Smolensk and expand Muscovy's influence. The Rus needed a strong position from which to prepare for their assault on Smolensk. If the Rus could secure each village, they would have use of its military buildings. They needed to choose carefully which village to take first.
Готовы будете, воине, исполнено будет.
The Rus took the first village, giving them a base from which to advance. The village of Vyazma had supported Smolensk with well-equipped infantrymen. The Rus advanced, taking a second village.
Поведу вы.
The village of Yelnya had a long history of archery expertise. The Rus now controlled 3 outlying villages.
Восстанете, воине!
The village of Roslavel was strong in the training of cavalrymen. Controlling the outlying villages gave the Rus army a wealth of resources, allowing them to begin planning their assault on Smolensk. Two vital trade routes kept the fortress of Smolensk well supplied. So long as these routes remained active, the Lithuanians could launch counterattacks against Vasily's forces.
Что накажете?
A Rus ally had stationed cannons in the village of Krasny. If the army could get to the village, they could add the cannons to their arsenal.
Сделано будет.
The Rus were unable to eliminate all the Lithuanian traders. The well-supplied fortress launched an attack.
Люди, идите скоро.
The Rus were nearing the village of Krasny, where Vasily's ally had stored a stockpile of cannons. However, Lithuanians had already captured the village and had it closely guarded.
Повинуться, пока трудиться надобно.
Rus took hold of Krasny, adding a battery of cannons and a valuable research center to their forces. The Rus destroyed the Lithuanian supply caravan, beginning the process of starving out Smolensk. If the Rus could stop all the supplies, they would ensure the army within Smolensk remained weak and unable to send out attacks.
their grip on Smolensk.
Приказ исполнить. Отъехать нетерпение. Повинуйся наказу. Войны, новый накат сделал собой. Накат надо протягивать. Идите за орудием войны. Напишь, толкайте орудие. Новый накат исполнить. Идите за орудием войны.
The Rus cut down all the traders, stopping any attempt at resupplying the fortress, and leaving its garrison weakened.
Решение есть мудрое.
Uwaga, uchodzicie! Wiele nosi Mongolia! Nakazy spełnione będą! Zdzielone na wodzie!
With the thunder of Rus' firepower and the force of overwhelming numbers, the army had breached the mighty walls of Smolensk. All that remained was to eliminate the Lithuanian army in the city itself.
With the capture of the mighty fortress of Smolensk, Grand Prince Vasily III had succeeded in retaking the ancestral lands of the Rus. Muscovy's rise to dominance was gathering pace. Following Moscow's growth in the west, Ivan IV ascended the throne and took up the eastern expansion plans of his ancestors. The Tatar Khanate of Kazan lay just across the border. But the Tatars had resisted many Rus sieges in the past. In his final attempt to capture the Tatar lands, Ivan would deploy bold new strategies. For years, the Tatar fortress of Kazan had defied Muscovy's growing power. Now Ivan IV aimed to extinguish the weakening Khanate and claim this new territory as his own. To take the city, Ivan had to strike at the heart of the fortress and take out the Khan's personal guard. But first, the Rus needed a stronghold from which to support their imminent siege.
Оружие готово к брани! Оказывайте!
Противный обретен есть! Внемлите! Заказ войны! Наган пойти!
Taking the Tatar settlement, the Rus had secured a location for their stronghold. Ivan had prepared resources to rapidly construct a base on the Volga River, and his navy now delivered these. The Muscovites established a settlement. Now Ivan would need to defend it, while building up a siege force with which to breach Kazan's walls. Muscovite forces moved into the Tatar pasture lands. They were getting close to Kazan proper. Ivan's men were finally in sight of Kazan's walls. It was here previous sieges had failed, but Ivan swore this time would be different. The force of the Muscovite war machine broke through Kazan's mighty outer wall. But the city had a backup defense. A second inner wall stood between Ivan and the Khan's personal guard. Kazan's inner wall crumbled before Ivan's forces. Within the inner city, the Khan's guard awaited. With a mighty war cry, the Khan's elite guards set upon Ivan's forces. Ivan and the Rus overwhelmed the Khan's guard and seized the city of Kazan. For the first time, Muscovy began to push its borders eastwards, setting its ambitions on claiming ever more distant territories for the Russian Empire. Ivan IV had broken through the walls of the ancient city of Kazan, and his army flooded the streets. They hunted down its defenders and their allies, and brutally sacked the city. Kazan had fallen to the unstoppable military might and strategic innovation of the Muscovite war machine. In the years that followed, Ivan IV waged war after war to bring vast new territories under Moscow's rule. By 1547, he had declared himself the first Tsar of all Russia. And his never-ending fight for territory set the course for those who ruled after him. Moscow was no longer a small fort on the banks of the Moskva River. It had survived centuries of Mongol oppression and wars with its neighbors. Its evolution from fort to city to state and to empire would continue. Moscow's rise transformed Russia into one of the world's greatest superpowers. In 1350, what we know as the idyllic French countryside was a living hell. For more than 15 years, the people had suffered at the hands of English invaders. Little did they know that this war would last for another 100 years. But through this crucible of fighting, famine, and plague, there would emerge the modern nation of France. England's King, Edward III, looked jealously across the English Channel. Wanting France for his own, he had added the fleur-de-lis, the symbol of France, to his own royal standard. This was an all-out declaration of war. And in 1337, he invaded. But France already had a king, Philippe VI. As the English burned their way across the land, Philippe's army and his legendary knights marched to meet them and came face to face with the English longbow. A simple weapon, but the most devastating the knights had ever faced. The heroes of France fell to storms of English arrows. The war engulfed the French countryside. By 1351, the conflict was focused on Brittany. One fight stands out as a spectacular display of chivalry and a symbol of the wider conflict between the two enemy nations. The Combat of the 30 is still commemorated here in Brittany. It was a dispute between two local families. Supported by the opposing sides in the war, the French and English commanders decided to settle it through a trial of knightly combat. Each side would choose 30 champions to fight on neutral ground. France prepared to defend itself against England's finest. Intent on ending the suffering of the French peasantry, Sir Jean de Beaumanoir sent a challenge to the English commander. 30 champions on each side would compete in a tournament for final claim to Brittany. With the battleground of the halfway oak agreed upon, Sir Jean set out to gather support from local knights. As a knight himself, Sir Jean followed the strict rules of chivalry and was expected to protect the local peasantry and ensure peace.
Fouer, Girid.
Most medieval tournaments were friendly in nature, held for sport and glory, but the combat of the 30 was arranged between opponents mired in war. English raids had torn through the countryside of Brittany and brought great hardship to the people.
Si comme vos voldrez. Incontinent. Avant, compagnon. Je suis votre serveuse.
Sir Jean spotted an English raiding party attacking a nearby farmstead. The French knights defeated the English raiders, and Sir Guy de Rochefort joined Sir Jean's party.
Retrayez vos amours. Incontinent.
Sir Jean's search next brought him to Sir Geoffroy Dubois, whose squires were contending with a detachment of English longbowmen. The knights would use the great speed of their war horses to charge the archers and overwhelm them. The English longbowmen fell, but the French knights knew the enemy would attempt to retake the hilltop fortification and steeled themselves for further attacks. With Sir Geoffroy by his side, Sir Jean had secured the outpost. Looking to secure his honor, a young knight held his ground on a bridge in Sir Jean's path. Honorably conceding defeat in the duel, Sir Yves Charel joined the cause.
En avoué. Vectos nos en avoué. Vets vos donc en avoué. Oyez. Reniez vos armes. Comme vos blesses. Oyez.
Sir Jean entered the staging area for the tournament, where he prepared to choose which knights would join him in battle. Each knight would be accompanied by his squires, young nobles in training to become knights themselves.
Je suis votre serveuse.
Sir Jean had selected his champions. As the sun rose, the two sides entered the arena, ready for the first round of combat.
Incontinent.
Claiming an easy victory in the first round, the French champions left the arena to recover their strength. Refreshed and reinvigorated, the French knights returned to the arena for another round of combat. The Combat of the 30 was about to decide which nation would control the Duchy of Brittany. Triumphant, Sir Jean de Beaumanoir and his loyal knights claimed victory. The Combat of the 30 had decided control of Brittany in favor of the French. Little did the two sides know, this was just the beginning of a bitter war that would outlive them all. After victory at the Combat of the 30, the French faced devastating raids from England's Black Prince. But France's King John II was closing in. Jean finally caught the English near the city of Poitiers in September 1356. The French army outnumbered the English by thousands. King Jean himself joined the fight, but what seemed a certain victory for France soon turned into a nightmare. The English longbow devastated the mighty French army. An endless hail of arrows gutted the main French force. Then the English captured King Jean. The fight was over. The Battle of Poitiers was another catastrophic defeat for the French. The English had destroyed most of France's nobility in a single day. Now they turned their attention towards taking the French capital, Paris. The invaders marched unopposed towards Paris. The remains of some of the medieval walls of Paris still stand today. As the English army approached, the terrified locals sought shelter behind these defenses. Could France's capital withstand the full might of the Black Prince's army? The English Black Prince had raided the French countryside without mercy, and now his army had come for the capital. With the English on their doorstep, it fell to the French army and the people of Paris to defend the walls of their proud city. Hoping to avoid open battle, the French began fortifying the city, manning the walls and calling every available soldier to his post. As the French hastened their preparations, several detachments of English soldiers were spotted closing in on the city.
Que faut-il dans le...
The English showed no mercy, burning their way to Paris via 3 routes, each of which was home to villages and farms that supplied the capital.
Madame.
Having struck out at the English front line, the French had slowed the enemy's advance. As the French continued to rally their army, the English took the last of the surrounding villages and had almost encircled Paris.
Oieți les ordonnances. Uida, desuia.
With the countryside in flames and the English at the city gates, the French armies steeled themselves for battle. Now came the capital's true test, with the mighty walls of Paris hold against a fearsome English siege.
The Parisian guard raised the alarm as the English began their first assault on the city walls.
The French defense of their capital held firm, wearing down the English invaders one by one. Although the walls of Paris had been breached, the French could still hold the city, so long as its mighty landmarks did not fall. The enemy grew ever more desperate as their ranks thinned and their hopes of victory faded. Defeated and demoralized by the strength of the French defense, the Black Prince's army abandoned their siege of the capital. Paris celebrated victory, but this was not the last test the French would face in their struggle to win the war. The walls of Paris held out against the English onslaught. England's King Edward and the Black Prince abandoned the siege. They marched towards Chartres to try their luck at conquering a less formidable target. But before they could attack, a violent storm hit the army. Killing 1,000 English soldiers in a tempest of hail and freezing winds. To Edward, this Black Monday disaster seemed like divine retribution. a sign that it was time to stop waging war and make peace with France's King Jean. But even as peace between kings was reached, the people of France were still living in bloodshed and turmoil. Between 1358 and 1370, France was in chaos. Peasant uprisings, rampaging bands of mercenaries, and civil war ravaged the country. Peasants rose in rebellion, killing their lords and wreaking havoc. Mercenary bands also roamed the land. Known as routiers, they had once been hired by the English to fight against the French, but were cut loose when peace was reached. They systematically ravaged and pillaged towns across France. And with King Jean prisoner in England, his son Charles the Dauphin faced homegrown attacks on his rule by powerful French lords, beset from all sides. The Dauphin's forces had to regain control over their own country. Having only recently been crowned King of France, Charles V dispatched his army to the French-held village of Évreux to forge order from chaos. From here, the army would move to extinguish three major threats. Bands of roving mercenaries harrying the countryside, a peasant uprising, and attacks from a rival for the French crown, Charles of Navarre. The French army would start by reclaiming the rebel-held villages of Cocherel, Jouy, and Croissy. As the French army struggled to regain control of the countryside, they were struck by a band of English routiers. These mercenaries had been cut loose by the English army and were plundering the countryside in order to make a living.
Escolte bene. Cose sarà ma sonata.
Attention. Novos ordines.
The French forces eliminated the routier attack, but more were still raiding the countryside in search of provisions and riches. The routiers demanded payment from the French, or they would continue their horrifying raids. With the routier camp destroyed, mercenary attacks were no longer a threat.
Comme me mandes. Es facile, cavalier. Civalier.
In taking the village of Shui, the French army was closer to stemming the peasant rebellion and regaining control.
The village of Croissy, rich in gold deposits, was a crucial town for the French to retain.
The French army defeated the rebels at Croissy and took control of the gold-rich village. The central monastery town of Cocherel was still under the control of rebel peasants. The French army would have to take it before they could launch an assault on Charles of Navarre.
Ambulance.
The French army took control of the rebel villages, and the peasant uprising was subdued. But to keep control over the region, they would need to defend its center of influence, the monastery at Cocherel. Northeast of Cocherel, Charles of Navarre's army had established a fortified camp. The King of Navarre sought to make himself ruler of France as well. He intended to press his claim by destroying the newly arrived royal forces. Pushing up the hillside, the French discovered Charles of Navarre's camp. His front line had the high ground and was made up entirely of archers. The French would have to think carefully about how to approach the stronghold. The French army had repelled Charles of Navarre, stemmed the revolt, and held back the raids of the routiers. In the struggle for control over France's lands, the king still clung to power. With rebels and raiders eliminated at Cocherel, King Charles V faced one last threat to France: the relentless English invaders. Word arrived that the English army was weak and scattered, divided by infighting. The king quickly directed his army to chase down the old enemy of France at Pontvallain. The French town of Pontvallain lay directly in the path of marauding English soldiers on the hunt for loot. The town's only hope of survival lay with the French forces camped nearby. The French quickly prepared to ambush the disorganized English raiders and defend Pontvallain from ruin. The main English army thundered into the valley. They paused to rest beyond the town before launching their raid. first group of English raiders began their attacks on the outlying farms. After destroying the farms, they would attack the town of Pontvallain. More scattered English raiders arrived and made their way towards Pontvallain.
Parate!
More scattered English raiders arrived and made their way towards Pontvallain.
Sitôt!
Siedlung besoigné. Réussi Novelle, commandant!
The English army chose their moment and began to close in on Pontvallain. After a hard-won battle against a scattered enemy, the French succeeded in halting the English chevauchée at Pontvallain. The English army was not invincible. The French cause was not yet lost. The French won an overwhelming victory at the Battle of Pontvallain. It was the first time the English had been utterly defeated during the war. But the triumph was short-lived. As England spent the next 60 years amassing French territory through alliances and victories at great battles such as Agincourt. It seemed that nothing could stop England. Who then could have foreseen that a teenaged girl was about to change the course of history? In 1429, France was in dire straits. Nowhere was it more evident than the besieged city of Orléans. The city was completely surrounded by English-held forts. But just a few days' ride away, here in Chinon, there was potential help. The French royal prince, the Dauphin Charles, was holed up in his fortress and under pressure to ride out to save Orléans. As Charles hesitated, a young peasant girl arrived at his court. Her name was Jeanne d'Arc. She claimed to have received saintly visions, giving her a divine task to help Charles become king and drive the English out of France forever. Charles was skeptical, but was soon convinced of her divinity. And he charged this 17-year-old with the near impossible mission to liberate Orléans. To Jeanne, this was the first step in realizing her God-given destiny. In April 1429, she rode out from Chinon at the head of her army to confront the hated enemy of France. Surrounded by English strongholds, and with its last line of defense under attack, the city of Orléans grew ever more desperate. In France's darkest hour, 17-year-old Jeanne d'Arc arrived with the king's army to liberate a city and prevent the fall of a nation.
Soyez prêts. Avanti, avanti. Perfect. À l'arson.
Ojedź, cóż le monde. Marche arrière, ouais, Trestos. Là, c'est moi exploité. Giovanni Bastille.
The English had captured the vital fortification, known as Les Tourelles, on the south bank of the Loire. Orléans would live or die on its access to supplies. Recapturing Les Tourelles would be key to saving the city. Having suffered under the English siege for months, Orléans had sent for crucial supplies. But English patrols threatened their arrival at the city. If Orléans hoped to receive the supplies, the French would have to clear the road of English raiders.
Compagnon, marchette derrière, si fesse comme toi. Allons de ce sens plus attendre.
The French eliminated the English raiders, granting the supply convoys safe passage into the city. Each time supplies approached Orléans, English raiders would return to guard the road, hoping to plunder the French goods.
Compagnon, marche.
The supply convoy arrived in the city, providing the French army with much-needed gold.
Allons de ce sens plus attendre. Perfect à la sonne.
Seeing another supply convoy approaching the city, English raiders took up position on the road. The French needed to eliminate the enemy detachment if they hoped to receive the supplies.
Compagnon, marchette derrière.
Another trade convoy arrived in Orléans with more gold to bolster the army. The main bridge leading to Orléans had been destroyed by the French, to prevent an English onslaught. Jeanne d'Arc had to find another way to cross to the south bank and make her assault on Les Tourelles.
Je fais Bosco.
Another trade convoy arrived in Orléans with more gold to bolster the army. Another trade convoy arrived in Orléans with more gold to bolster the army. The French army torched the eastern English fort, securing a crossing to the south bank of the Loire River. Another trade convoy arrived in Orléans, with more gold to bolster the army. Les Tourelles was the linchpin in the English Siege of Orléans, blocking the main supply route to the city. If Jeanne d'Arc could capture it, Orléans would finally be liberated. Another trade convoy arrived in Orléans, with more gold to bolster the army.
J'ai besoin.
The king's army drove the hated enemy of France from Les Tourelles. With the main road to the city back in French hands, the English abandoned their long siege of Orléans. Celebrating a momentous victory at the head of the French army, Jeanne d'Arc would forever be remembered as the Maid of Orléans. Jeanne d'Arc had liberated Orléans and put the English army to flight. However, as the English retreated, they became an obstacle for Charles the Dauphin. He needed a clear path from Chinon to Reims, where he would be crowned king. Nearing the town of Patay, the English sought to regroup. But Jeanne d'Arc and her French army were closing in. Fleeing the Loire Valley, the English were on the run. As they retreated northwards, a French vanguard was in close pursuit.
Attendez, retrayez vos à moi. Incontinent.
Caught out of position, the French faced a surprise attack from the English rearguard.
Si comme vos ventres.
A detachment of English archers blocked the road with palings, an effective measure against cavalry. The French vanguard had to clear the road if they were to call in reinforcements. With the road cleared, the French army could safely bring in reinforcements from nearby allies. The French army paid their ally and received a detachment of reinforcements. Hearing the rallying cry of the English coming from the village of St. Sigmund, the French were alerted to the enemy position. The French recaptured St. Sigmund and prepared to rendezvous with Jeanne d'Arc. But a large English detachment had set up a blockade. So long as that force was in place, the French vanguard could not reach Shan. With the English blockade destroyed, the French vanguard rejoiced at the arrival of Jeanne d'Arc and her troops. With their rearguard eliminated, the remaining English forces would now seek to escape the valley through the town of Patay. 3 enemy regiments were converging on the town along 3 main roads. Jeanne had either to stop the regiments on the roads or race ahead to fortify Patay itself. After an intense pursuit and a hard-fought battle, the French crushed the remaining English army, thwarting their desperate retreat. Now the triumphant Jeanne d'Arc could safely lead Charles to Reims for his coronation as King of France. The Battle of Patay was a disaster for the English. The French wiped out their bowmen and drove their forces from the Loire Valley. Now for Jeanne d'Arc and the Dauphin, the way to Reims was clear. The Maid of Orleans rode with the Dauphin through the streets and was at his side when he was finally crowned King Charles VII of France. But less than 2 years later, Jeanne was captured in battle, sold to the English, and put on trial for heresy. She spent 6 months locked in a dungeon, awaiting her fate. King Charles, who owed his crown to Jeanne, did nothing to help win her freedom. She was found guilty. On May 30th, 1431, Jeanne d'Arc was brought here, to the old market square in Rouen, where she was burned at the stake. She was 19 years old. But what the Maid of Orleans started could not be denied. Her victories were the first in a chain of successes for France's military. Liberty was within reach. Thanks to the leadership of 2 brothers, Jean and Gaspard Bureau, the French army became experts in the use of artillery, transforming it into a disciplined, modern fighting force. In 1448, King Charles was ready to make a major move against the English. He vowed to retake Normandy. King Charles VII's army would soon have access to the most advanced artillery in Europe, thanks to the master gunners, the Bureau brothers. While the brothers developed their weapons, the king laid plans for their use. He would bring Normandy back under French control. The first phase of the king's plan would give the Bureau brothers time to perfect their cannons. He tasked his army with claiming a base of operations.
Compagnons, nos annonces. Annonce, à Marmeille. Ça, compagnons, en rappel. Nos Spartans, brillamment. Alex, what's the problem?
With the town under French control, the Bureau brothers now had the use of the university and of their own siege workshop. Their next goal was to learn all they could about recent innovations in the mixing of the most potent gunpowder.
Attendez les commandements, manams.
While the army waited for their new weapons, they kept a watchful eye for any English attacks on the town.
Reste à aheurer.
Bien, bien.
The brothers worked tirelessly to cast their gun barrels, but they still needed insight into the latest gunpowder chemistry. The Bureau brothers had successfully combined a powerful gunpowder recipe with sturdy cast iron gun barrels. At last, cannon production could begin. While the brothers turned out their cannons, culverins, and riboldequins, the French army would bolster themselves for the coming fight.
Oyez les commandements, ça. Guerre des gâtes les choses.
With the mine under French control, the Bureau brothers had access to an abundance of iron for their gun barrels. With the skirmish won, trade could begin with the settlement. At last, the French artillery weapons were ready for deployment. After years of preparation, the time had come for Charles VII to make his move. To take back Normandy, he would need to recapture the stronghold of Rouen, a critical fortress from which the English had been attacking Paris. Rouen walls would face an explosive trial against the mighty force of gunpowder.
Oyez les commandements, ne clamez pas, avancez.
After raising the river port, the French soldiers seized a stockpile of shipworthy timber, which could be used for superior cannon frames. The brothers now had every available advantage in producing their guns.
Le Shan nous attend. Le Shan nous attend.
Tout est ordonné. Je reste sur vos moines. Avanzons, Raprimei. Frères, tantos nos faut-il avancer. Frères, pressons pour la bataille. Qu'un signe, ce sera pour vous et pour nous. Oh oui, chevalier. Un seul soit-il fait. Je marche pas de partir optimiste. Juste en oui, des olympiques, oui, mes seigneurs. Chevalier, oh non. Qu'un signe, souhait.
votre bon plaisir.
The French army bore down on the formidable walls of Rouen, ready to launch their final assault on this key English stronghold. Rouen's walls were breached. The French army had at last exposed the heart of the fortress. Having lost the walls of Rouen, the English made a last stand to hold the city. The French would need to destroy the buildings that had housed the English army and drive out the enemy for good. With the English scattered and their buildings in ashes, the French had recaptured the critical fortress of Rouen. Charles VII had proven that France was no longer the underdog in the 100 Years' War. After decades of bloody dispute, Normandy was finally back in French hands. Thanks to the explosive force of cannon fire, the French were close to victory in this century-long war. But in a final grasp at power, the English dispatched a fresh army, equipped with their tried and tested longbows. Formigny would be a trial of old versus new, to determine the fate of France. English commander Sir Thomas Kyriel sent a large expedition to crush the French in Normandy. The village of Carentan was directly in their path. Massively outnumbered, the French skirmishers near Carentan would give their lives to weaken the English. bravely, the French skirmishers could only slow the English advance. The main body of the French army finally arrived in the river valley. The French now needed to locate and destroy the English army. But they would face a well-entrenched enemy, with several local garrisons.
Lancier, reste. Soudard, nous avons commandement.
J'attends. Les coustiliers sont prêts.
Soyez prêts pour les commandements. Oyez les commandements. Si vous êtes coustiliers, reste là,
French forces found a detachment of the English army, attacking the town of Vallon. If they could stop the attack, they might gain valuable resources. With the English attack on Valogne halted, the citizens moved to support the French army. The English base at Saint-Sauveur fell to the French forces, but the enemy army was still at large. The French forces located Kyril's English army at a river crossing near the town of Formigny. Several of the Bureau brothers' heavy guns and other forces arrived to help.
Les engins de siège, ainsi sera fait. Will, à part.
Ben, compagnons, ça, guerre, les coustiliers sont prêts. Tiens-vous ça, mon reste, sous vos mois.
Engins de siège, ça, en la voie. Les engins se meuvent.
Ben, Soudard, Morastier, il nous faut. Nous attendons votre reste et bien que Soudard. Ben, ici, il faut rouer tout à tir.
Even with their cannons, the French faced the difficult task of engaging the well-positioned English army.
Tout est ordonné.
French attacks succeeded in drawing the English front line out of position and across the river.
Suffering losses, the English front line retreated back across the river.
The English survivors entered Formigny. The French would have to take this town to secure victory.
Les coustiliers sont prêts. Coustiliers, reste sur vos mois.
With the last English army destroyed and the gates of Formigny thrown open, the French force in Normandy was victorious. Their well-organized forces and superior firepower had brought the arduous 100 Years' War closer to its conclusion. At Formigny, the roar of cannon fire sounded the death knell for England's ambitions in France. King Charles and the Bureau brothers did not let up on the offensive, and in 1453, the English retreated across the Channel. France was finally at peace. More than 100 years had passed since the first English chevauchés had scorched the land. The iconic French knights who fought in those early days would not have recognized their own military a century later. The English longbow, once the scourge of France, was no match for French artillery in the last years of the war. And by 1453, France's border looked very different, growing to encompass territories once claimed by England and their allies. After enduring a century of conflict, France emerged as a transformed nation. The country and its people had persevered and unified into a kingdom that could defend itself. Against all odds, France had won the 100 Years' War. From the vast reaches of the Mongolian steppe, an army of over 100,000 men swept aside all resistance, claiming territories that spanned continents. Their leader, Genghis Khan, proclaimed his life's ambition was to unite the world under one empire. Having conquered the East, the Mongols turned their attention to the West, where they would come face to face with some of the greatest armies of medieval Europe. Would Genghis Khan's legendary warriors finally meet their match? By 1221, the Mongols had taken cities throughout Asia, generating vast amounts of tribute from those they conquered. The West, however, was still an untapped resource. Genghis Khan sent his trusted generals, Jebei and Subutai, to attack Europe. With an army of 20,000, Jebei and Subutai took the West by surprise, raiding cities and destroying armies. Within 2 years, they had the prosperous Rus territories in their sights. But in their way was a Rus army of over 40,000 men. Outnumbered, Jebei and Subutai turned and started to head back east. The Rus sensed an easy victory and set off in pursuit of their retreating enemies. For 8 days, the fast-moving Mongols stayed just out of reach. Then, Jebei and Subutai set their trap. They lured the Rus across the Kalka River and turned to fight. The Rus had fallen for one of the Mongols' most effective tactics, the feigned retreat. The stage was set for the Mongol army to test themselves against Europe's finest. The Mongols charged across the European plains, with the fatigued Rus army in close pursuit. The Rus had fallen for the Mongol tactic of the feigned retreat, and unknowingly followed them into peril. The Mongol general sprung his trap on the enemy scouts. With the Rus scouts cut down, General Subutai crossed the Kalka River. Here, he would stage a full-scale ambush on the vast Rus army. Subutai directed his warriors to split up and lie in wait for the enemy. For Subutai's strategy to be effective, he needed to spring his trap before the Rus recovered from their long pursuit. He sent his most fearsome Mangudai horse archers to draw the Rus quickly towards the ambush site. These highly skilled warriors could fire their bows rapidly while riding at speed. The Mongol provocation was effective, and the Rus hastily pursued. The Rus army had fallen for the feigned retreat and rode straight into the Mongol ambush. With the enemy surrounded, Subutais' battle-ready warriors descended from all sides. The Mongol ambush was devastating, and Rus numbers were reduced to a few desperate stragglers. Seeing the fate of their comrades, the last Rus encircled themselves in a makeshift fort of baggage carts. The Rus stockade fell. Despite a valiant last stand, the remnants of the Rus army were cut down. Spurred on by the crushing victory at the Kalka River, the Mongols advanced ever further into the heartland of the Rus. On the banks of the Kalka River, thousands of Rus were killed by the Mongols. The hunters had become the hunted. But in the years leading up to this Mongol raid in the west, Genghis Khan had been focusing his attacks on the east and the Qin dynasty of northern China. Controlling wealthy lands and trade routes, Qin cities overflowed with riches. In 1210, the Qin's new ruler, seeing Genghis Khan as a threat, demanded that he swear loyalty to him. Genghis Khan refused. To the Qin, this defiance was a declaration of war. The Qin had a huge army, and their territory was protected by vast fortifications, known today as the Great Wall. The Mongols had never faced a more formidable enemy. Genghis Khan knew the only way to defeat the Qin would be to take their heavily defended capital city, Zhongdu, on the other side of the Great Wall. Genghis Khan would be committing his people to a long, hard war. Would the rewards be worth the cost? For answers, he looked to the gods. Climbing a sacred mountain, he prayed to the eternal sky. After 4 days, he received his answer. The Mongols would be victorious. With divine reassurance, The Mongol army set out across the steppe. They must break through the Great Wall to destroy the Qin dynasty and further expand the Mongol Empire. The Qin fortress of Shangjaku blocked Genghis Khan's path to the Great Wall. Seeing the strength of the defenses at the front of the fortress, Genghis Khan dispatched his scouts to seek out an alternate approach. Mongol warfare relied heavily on the mobility of mounted scouts. They could travel at high speed, explore the terrain, and gather information on enemy weaknesses. The Khan's swift riders advanced up the steep mountain, discovering a hidden path above the Qin fortress. The Qin had deployed patrols on the mountain above their fortress, but the Mongol scouts, although isolated from their army, had the advantage of speed. The Mongol riders discovered an embankment leading to the back of the fortress. Here they found far fewer Qin defenses than at the front. Learning of the weak defenses at the back of the fortress, Genghis Khan saw his opportunity to attack. The Mongols began their ride to battle. If the Mongols took the fortress, they could freely advance on the Great Wall. The Mongols burned the enemy building, claiming valuable spoils from the ruins. The Mongols sacked the fortress of Zhangjiakou, ensuring that they would not be attacked from behind as they advanced on the Great Wall. With the Qin fortress posing no further threat, Genghis Khan called on his people to bring in their mobile camp. Next, the Mongols needed a base close to the Great Wall. They targeted the Qin village of Yangcheng. Hearing of the Mongol advance, nearby Qin villages began sending attacks, hoping to weaken Genghis Khan's army. By destroying the Qin village, the Mongols had stopped the attacks from its garrison. Yanchong fell to the Mongols, and nothing now stood between Genghis Khan and the Great Wall.
It was time to face the Qin head-on at the Great Mountain Pass at Zhuyang.
In order for Genghis Khan's assault to go as planned, he would need to move his base closer to the Great Wall. Fortunately, the Mongols specialized in the construction of mobile camps and could easily pack their holdings and move to a new location. warriors of the grassland stormed the Great Wall. The formidable barricade, thought insurmountable, finally bent to the will of Genghis Khan. The great keep at Juyong Pass burned to the ground, giving the Mongols a secure route into the heart of Qin territory. As pillars of smoke billowed from the mountain pass, Genghis Khan charged forward into new lands and on to his ultimate goal, the wealthy Qin capital of Zhongdu. Genghis Khan had successfully breached the Great Wall of China. He led his forces to the greatest prize in the East, the capital city of Zhongdu. He besieged the city, knowing that its inhabitants could not hold out forever. Bearing down on the gleaming capital of Zhongdu, Genghis Khan raised the Black Banner of War on his historic enemy, the Qin dynasty. To take the heavily garrisoned capital, the Mongols would have to starve its army by eliminating Chengdu's suppliers. But first, the Khan directed his warriors to raid Qin buildings and villages surrounding Chengdu. Word of the army's wealth would spread, compelling Mongol soldiers from the north to join the fight, seeking spoils of their own. Hearing of the Khan's successful raids, Mongol settlers and soldiers arrived to join his army. With his numbers steadily growing, the Khan turned his attention to the capital. He sought to starve Chengdu's army by cutting off its suppliers. Genghis Khan's army struck down the trader that was headed to resupply Chengdu. For every trader killed, Chengdu lost several days' worth of supplies. The Mongols were systematically choking the city and starving its garrison. The Mongols left the Shunyi market in ruins, ensuring the village could no longer send supplies to Chengdu. In destroying the supplying markets, the Mongols denied Chengdu critical supplies, leaving its garrison weakened. A Qin trader made it safely into the city and reported on the Mongols' numbers and movements. Chengdu would now allocate any military supplies it received to rallying counterattacks on the steppe invaders. The market at Tongzhou was set aflame, and with it many vital supplies intended for the city. As the Mongols continued to sabotage the city's supplies, Chengdu's garrison grew weaker by the day. Despite the Mongols' efforts to stop them, enough Qin traders had entered Chengdu to fully resupply its military. Choosing their moment, the Qin launched a counterattack. Mongols put down the Qin counterattack. But another would soon come if Qin traders continued to resupply Chengdu's military. Without hesitation, the Khan's warriors put their torches to the market at Darsing, snuffing out weeks of Chengdu's supplies. In raising the market at Fangshen, the Mongols had severed a critical supply line to the capital. With Chengdu devastated by starvation, the walls of the great Qin capital were devoid of soldiers, and only a diminished garrison remained. Desperate and isolated, Zhongdu could no longer resist. The time had come for Genghis Khan to launch his assault on the city. The city was ready to fall in the wake of the destruction wrought by the Mongols. Zhongdu fell to the wrath of Genghis Khan's warriors, yielding great riches for the Mongol Empire. The sacking of Zhongdu would be remembered as one of Genghis Khan's most devastating victories. But this was just the beginning of his quest to create a global empire under Mongol rule. On June 1st, 1215, the city of Zhongdu, known today as Beijing, fell to the Mongols. They looted the city, sending caravans loaded with luxuries back home. This victory over the Qin dynasty was to be one of Genghis Khan's greatest triumphs. After his death in 1227, his descendants continued the conquests, and his grandson, Batu Khan, had his eyes on the west. The Mongol raids of the 1220s had shown that the Rus lands held riches worth exploiting. The battles had devastated the Rus elite, and their defenses were weak. So Batu Khan organized an enormous invasion force, determined to turn the Rus lands into vassals of the Mongol Empire. The Mongols captured territory after territory. By 1240, they had their sights on the great city of Kiev. Kiev was a jewel among the Rus principalities, a center of scholarship, power, and wealth. Batu Khan's cousin Monka was put in command of the advance force, ready to attack. Chroniclers tell of Monka's admiration for the beauty of Kiev, so he was reluctant to destroy it. Monka sent his envoys to the city to demand its surrender. But Kiev's commander-in-charge refused and killed the Mongol envoys. Monka would not stand for such disrespect. His army rode to the city walls and prepared to attack. They would show Kiev no mercy. Möngke Khan's drive into the west brought the Mongol army to the splendid city of Kiev, the gateway to Europe. The Kievan commander had refused to surrender, leaving Möngke only one choice: to take the city by force. The Mongol army broke through the gates of Kiev and marched on the city. Monka Khan called on his people to bring in their mobile camp, while his forces secured a location for it. The immediate area beyond Kiev's main gate was lightly populated, but rich in resources. Beyond lay 3 fortified districts: the outer city, the inner city, and a wealthy trade district. The Khan was determined to punish the defiance of Kiev, and would not relent until the entire city fell to ash. The Mongols unpacked their camp, ready to continue their assault on Kiev. The Mongols took out a Kievan supply convoy and claimed the resources for themselves. The unstoppable Mongol army leveled the trade district of Kiev, putting an end to any supplies they could send to the main city. the Horde devastated the outer city. As the last buildings collapsed, the Mongol victory was complete. Kiev had fallen. Monka Khan and his Mongol warriors ran freely through the ravaged city, cutting down any survivors and plundering its riches. With Kiev under Mongol control, the gateway to Europe was open, and the Empire could continue its conquest into the west. With Kiev secure, the Mongols planned a coordinated drive deeper into Europe. They would divide the forces of Poland and Hungary by attacking both kingdoms simultaneously. At Liegnitz, the old armies of Europe would be tested against Mongol-style warfare. In the fertile grasslands of Liegnitz, the Mongols would face Europe's greatest armies, led by the forces of Poland. An army from Bohemia was marching to assist the Polish forces gathering at Liegnitz. Together, they hoped to stop the Mongols before Western Europe succumbed to a full-scale invasion. If the Mongols acted quickly, they could defeat the scattered Polish army and force the Bohemians to withdraw. By raiding the enemy's farmland, the Mongols could plunder valuable resources. The Mongols had adopted gunpowder technology from their Chinese subjects, and now brought with them the mighty Nest of Bees. This explosive projectile weapon allowed them to target the enemy with a devastating barrage of rockets. As the farms smoldered and smoke billowed to the sky, the Mongols claimed the spoils from the wreckage. The Mongols defeated the Polish detachment and continued their unrelenting drive. The Mongols eliminated Poland's knights, dealing a critical blow to the European forces. the battle raged in the fields, the army from Bohemia was drawing ever closer. The Mongols were running out of time to defeat the Polish army and neutralize the threat from Bohemia. Despite being outnumbered by the European armies, the Mongols were victorious. As fire scorched the farmlands of Liegnitz, Europe reeled in horror. The ingenuity of the Mongol Empire had brought a terrifying new kind of destruction to the doorstep of the West. While the Mongols in the north destroyed the Polish army, Batu Khan and General Subutai rampaged through the south into the heart of Hungary. Tricked into an intense pursuit, the Hungarian king chased down these foreign invaders, all the way to the plains of Mohi. Batu Khan led his warriors across the plains, luring the Hungarian king to a battle site far from the safety of his city. As the Hungarians broke away to regroup across the Sayo River, the Mongols prepared to strike. General Subutai would soon arrive to join Batu, having escorted the Mongol camp to the battle site. While the Khan waited for his general, the Mongol vanguard would probe across the bridge to the north. Across the bridge, the Mongol soldiers found themselves heavily outnumbered and beat a hasty retreat away from the ambush. This was not the first time Batu had been outnumbered. Drawing on past victories, he began to stage a coordinated attack. Arriving at the battle site, General Subutai quickly assessed the situation. The Mongols discovered a potential alternative river crossing, a broken bridge. The Mongols approached the Sayo River and discovered a shallow crossing. While Subutai rushed to ready his army, Batu was poised to make another attempt at taking the bridge. Batu Khan saw his opportunity and pushed across the bridge to meet the Hungarians head-on. The Mongols took the bridge and held the open space, forcing the Hungarians into the trees and splitting them into several groups. Now the Mongols could drive the Hungarians back to their camp. One small space with nowhere to run. With the Hungarians pinned down, the Mongols closed in to destroy the last of their army. The Mongols laid waste to the Hungarian fort, sending their king and the last of his army fleeing for their lives. Once again, Batu Khan and General Subutai had outwitted and utterly destroyed their European enemies, striking terror into the heart of the West. After a stunning victory over the Hungarian king at the Battle of Mohi, the Mongols seemed unstoppable. But a year later, the great Khan Ogedei died. The Mongols pulled out of Europe and returned home. Over the next 20 years, two more great Khans ascended to the throne. Their conquests continued to expand the empire in the east. Then in 1260, the grandson of Genghis became the next great Khan. His name was Kublai Khan. He would rock the foundations of one of the medieval world's most advanced civilizations, China. This is Zhongdu. Remembered today as Xanadu, it was once Kublai Khan's great northern capital. From here, he jealously eyed the wealth of southern China's Song dynasty. He wanted to take it and become emperor of all China. The Song dynasty had ruled over southern China for more than 300 years. And the country was prosperous and well-governed. Kublai Khan knew that the key to victory was capturing a strategic city lying far to the south of Zhongdu. It was called Xiangyang. Xiangyang was the gateway to the south and the heart of the Song dynasty's power. Controlling the Han River, a critical access route to cities further along the Yangtze. Capturing Xiangyang was Kublai Khan's only hope of becoming emperor of all China. The Mongol horde had to take the city at all costs. Kublai Khan, not content with rule over his own lands, coveted the riches of the Song dynasty to the south. He ordered his army to the twin cities of Fancheng and Xiangyang, confident in his tried and tested tactics. Although Kublai's ultimate target was the fortress of Xiangyang, the Mongols would first have to control its sister city of Fancheng. The Mongols cleared the bridge of its guards and continued their advance on Fancheng. The Mongols spotted a fortified Song camp, blocking the road to the twin cities. Seeing an opportunity to overwhelm the enemy camp, the Mongols called in their reinforcements. Together, the two detachments would strike the camp from both sides, pincering the Song. With the Song camp destroyed, the Mongols set in motion their plan to seize the twin cities. First, they would meet with an allied force at the gates of Fancheng. This assault force would attack the gates of Fancheng, while the Mongol vanguard would defend the siege weapons firing upon the cities. The Mongols met with the Allied assault force at the gates of Fancheng. As the Allied force charged the gates, the Mongol vanguard moved to defend the siege weapons from Song attacks. As the Mongols approached, the Song burned the bridge to Xiangyang, preventing a direct assault on the fortress. The assault on Fancheng was met with a barrage of gunfire, forcing the Allied army to retreat. With the gates still unbroken and under guard, the Mongols switched strategies and called on a large group of reinforcements to bring in their mobile camp. The Mongols would besiege the mighty twin cities. The Mongols rallied a force on the bridgehead. The Mongol strategy was to hold the city's bridges so that no Song forces could escape and no reinforcements could enter. The Mongols took up position on the last bridgehead. Seeing that the Mongols were attempting to block the city's escape routes, the Song began planning a counterattack. The Song launched their counterattack on the Mongols holding the bridgeheads. The Mongols had to hold the 3 bridgeheads against the Song attacks. Desperate to stop an all-out Mongol assault on their walls, the Song destroyed the remaining bridges to the twin cities. Unable to advance, the fortress of Xiangyang remained locked to the Mongols. But with a siege established, the Khan's cause was not yet lost. The twin cities did not yield. The Mongols would need a new tactic to breach the Great Song fortress. Rather than another costly head-on assault, they planned to cut off the cities by blocking the critical supply route at Lumen Shan. The Song defector, General Liu Zheng, advised Kublai Khan that the best strategy to take Xiangyang was to construct a blockade, completely cutting it off. Liu Zheng led the Mongol army to the trade route at Lumen Shan and set his plan in motion. The general's plan depended on recruiting local workers who could build defenses. The first step was to eliminate the Song garrison near the village of Lumen. The Mongol army tore through the Song garrison, and with these guardians removed, the people of Lumen gave their support to Liu Zheng and Kublai Khan. Controlling Lumen allowed Liu Zheng to employ Chinese tactics and equipment, including the construction of stone walls. He ordered the people to build walls to block the roads north, cutting off Xiangyang from the rest of the Song. The people of Lumen reported that the village of Bohiko, located to the west, would also welcome Liu Zheng's arrival. If the general could get forces to Bohiko, it would add both an economic and military boost to his blockade. Bohiko not only welcomed Liu Zheng's men, but members of the local militia even defected to the Mongol cause.
très bien.
第一高方六转一方，第一高场不由安歇。我这就建好这座建筑。第一高城不由安歇。
Stout walls now blocked off the first of the major routes to Xiangyang.
村民。
Liu Zheng's vision was complete. The Mongols' great blockade now cut off the Song cities. However, the Song commanders would not leave Xiangyang to stand alone and sent forces to break through the Mongol barrier. Song forces descended on Liu Zheng's men. The general needed to defend what he had taken from his former masters.
Shan будет быть беден.
新命令即将下达，兄弟们，这就去做，马上完成任务。听好，遵照你的要求，英军不要少花招了，听命于您。英军好过阵肘。服从您的命令，听命于您。 服从您的命令，毁灭！喜欢给当宝子！
全部留情，干掉他们！
秒敌一些，十字弓手，射中他们！回散力！ 不要发牢骚，只要走就是了。英军战争正式磨损靴子，听命于您。少花招了！英军战争正式磨损靴子，不要发牢骚，只要走就是了。英军好过阵肘，
听命于您，
服从您的命令。知道了，马上完成任务。遵照您的要求。
这就去做，
马上完成任务。遵照您的要求，服从您的命令。马上完成任务。英军战争正式磨损靴子。 遵照您的要求。这就去做。这就去做。是这就去。
这
the Mongols maintained control of the Song trade route at Lumen Shan, cutting off Xiangyang from the south. Thanks to the insights of General Liu Zheng, Kublai Khan's plan to weaken the Great Song fortress was working. Crippled by the loss of their supply route, the twin cities of Xiangyang and Fangcheng were ready to fall. The Mongols' new long-range trebuchets would test the mighty walls of the Song fortress, and Kublai Khan would not stop the bombardment until he sat on the throne of all China. After years of resisting Kublai Khan's siege, Fancheng and Xiangyang still refused to submit to Mongol rule. To take the cities, Kublai Khan would harness the full power of his empire by enlisting an ally from the Ilkhanate of Persia. Ismail, a siege expert, would lead the Mongol army in the construction of the Huihui Pao, an immensely powerful counterweight trebuchet. This new trebuchet, once constructed, could hurl boulders greater in size than any weapon before it. During the years-long siege, Kublai Khan had established lucrative trade routes with Chinese market towns who swore loyalty to him. Although these trade partners were vulnerable to Song attacks, they could deliver valuable resources to fund Ismail's efforts. The Mongol commercial network could supply Ismail in stone so long as he had enough traders on the road. With the counterweight trebuchet constructed, the Mongols could mount their assault on the twin cities. As Ismail's trebuchet had a far greater range than those of the Song defenders, the Mongols could attack from a safe distance. Drawn to the bombardment from the trebuchet, the Song soldiers left gaps elsewhere in their defense, which the Mongols could exploit. With the bridge rebuilt, the doors to Fancheng were wide open. The Mongols swept into Fancheng, striking down any Song warriors in their path. After years of holding out against the Mongols, the first of the twin cities finally fell to Kublai Khan's army. All that now stood between Kublai Khan and the throne of China was the final stronghold of the Song, the city of Xiangyang. With Xiangyang's gate undefended, the Mongols could now repair the connecting bridge to the Song stronghold. With the city in disarray, the Mongols were free to tear down the imperial palace. Mongol warriors flooded the streets of Xiangyang as the Song defenders rose to make a desperate last stand. Xiangyang, the great bastion of the Song dynasty, had fallen. Kublai Khan had finished what his grandfather, Genghis Khan, had started. And now, he could establish his own great dynasty and sit on the throne of all China. the Mongol army smashed through Xiangyang's defenses and captured the city. Kublai Khan then pursued the remnants of the Song dynasty across southern China. In 1279, at the Battle of Yamen, the Mongols destroyed the last defenders of the Song. Kublai Khan now ruled over all China, founding the Yuan dynasty. His royal court in Zhongdu welcomed scholars, traders, and religious leaders. The Mongols demonstrated civility and religious tolerance, but also brutality and violence, typifying the contradictions within the Mongol Empire. Since Genghis Khan first united the Mongolian tribes, they had made incredible advances in technology and trade. And they created indelible connections between East and West. At its height, almost 100 million people lived under Mongol rule, a quarter of the world's population. The Mongol Empire endured for less than 200 years, before fragmenting into smaller territories. But its legend continues to this day. Genghis Khan's mission was to unite the world into one empire. Yet he always returned to the Mongolian steppe, where the endless grasslands lay beneath the eternal sky. And from where he created one of the largest empires the world has ever known.